Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office. He spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports.
Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show, and nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time, I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am. Nobody, because I don't look like him. My skin's not yellow, 9 spikes. I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh,
Hi, Katie. I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
and it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seems suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind-numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, you know, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, you know, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, well, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, you know, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. Like the idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. You know, like my outfits were matching the shirt, you know, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. It just, every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones. Today we're exploring how getting outside can improve our physical, mental, and emotional health. We'll learn about programs prescribing the great outdoors as a tool for healing. And then we'll meet the trailblazers creating a more inclusive community in the most wild places. Plus, we'll bring you tips on how to stay safe for all of your outdoor adventures, whether you're an experienced outdoor enthusiast or just taking a walk around the block. And we'll see how the ocean transformed one diver's life after she became paralyzed. With summer just around the corner, we are ready for some fresh air and to feel the sun on our skin again. And it's good for us too. This is the healing power of nature. Whether we're enjoying our own backyards or visiting a national park, research suggests that nature has the power to impact our health for the better. Take a look. The wind flowing through your hair, the leaves crunching under your shoes, the waves crashing at your knees. Spending time outside can improve our well-being in profound ways. For Dr. Meredith Berry, the intersection of health and nature is a major part of her research at the University of Florida.
We see nature exposure acting beneficially on multiple areas, so including decreasing our impulsive decision making, decreasing craving for drugs, positively impacting our mental well-being. And so when you converge these areas of research, it really does suggest that nature could be a more holistic approach.
Fellow researcher John Parker's relationship with nature offered him a way to heal from his past and be better for his future.
I've been impacted by a lot of violence and loss over my lifetime. This nature exposure has impacted me for the better, putting me in good space to ward off all of the negativity and all of the angst and all of the anger.
Intentional therapeutic techniques that help connect with the earth in a variety of ways.
There's horticulture therapy, right, where you're learning techniques about growing plants. It's still about just being present, being in the moment, and nurturing something. There's forest bathing, which is a Japanese technique, and you might just be sitting in nature and then listening to the sounds. There's hot springs, people go in and they kind of relax in the water. And that kind of is about more so being intentional about enjoying the space.
Governments around the globe have provided nature prescriptions for decades. New Zealand piloted a program in the 1990s. The U.S. followed a decade ago. Last year, the United Kingdom dedicated funds toward green prescriptions as part of COVID-19 recovery plans. And since February of 2022, doctors in Canada can give passes to their national parks to patients, encouraging time outside.
We're learning more every day about how it can make us happier, how it can enhance our well-being, and new conditions that we didn't even know before can be helped by nature. So all of this is unfolding before our eyes.
And so it's just this transcendence of culture, of race, of socioeconomic status, of physical ability. Being outside, being in nature is just something that literally knows no bounds.
So how exactly can we use nature to improve our well-being? Joining us is Dr. Stacy Beller-Stryer. She is the Associate Medical Director of Innovative Program, Park RX America, where she helps lead the charge in connecting patients and medical providers through park prescriptions. Welcome, Dr. Beller-Stryer.
Thank you.
So let's get right to it. For those of us who don't know, what is a park prescription?
A nature prescription is a very specific prescription. Like if you went to the doctor for a sinus infection, you would get a specific antibiotic, specific amount of time you take it, and how often you take it. And a nature prescription, likewise, is very similar in terms of it's a very specific place you go. You do something specific there for a certain amount of time.
So I was going to ask you how you write a prescription. So it's not about, hey, just go get some fresh air and call me in the morning. I mean, it's, what do you mean by, how specific? What do you mean?
So if we just say go outside, the chances are if they might do it once or twice, right? So if we're very specific, let's say there's a park nearby that's accessible and safe.
Okay.
And then we say, okay, you go to this specific park every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday after work for 30 minutes to walk your dog. It holds both the patient and the doctor more accountable in making sure that the prescription is filled and more likely that they'll actually fill it.
And what does it really do? I mean, does it work? I mean, we all know it's good to get some fresh air. Even when you have kids, you say, oh, go outside and get some fresh air. But what does it actually do as a physician? What does it do for your patient?
So research studies, and as we know, of being in nature have shown benefits both mentally and physically and for our sense of well-being. And nature prescriptions are similar in the sense that they help us both mentally and physically. And during the pandemic, we've seen getting outdoors has been incredibly beneficial for many people.
So I was reading that sometimes you give the chance for people to write their own park prescription. Is that right?
Yeah.
In what way?
So that's new. That's something that we've recently developed on our website because we don't want it just to be for healthcare providers. We want individuals anywhere to be able to write their own prescription and to hold them more accountable. And to bring this prescription with them to their doctor so that together they can work on it, tweak it, and make it work as best as possible for each individual.
So then do you have an example of how it's worked? Or like where it showcases, you know, this actually worked for this patient?
So we have a lot of actually examples of nature prescriptions being prescribed by healthcare providers and how they've worked. There's an example of a teenager who was going to the emergency room because she had headaches and chest pain and she was always irritable. Her prescription was to be in a hammock once a week without cell phone.
Really?
Yeah. And it worked for her.
You know, it's interesting as a physician, I think, and I come from a family of physicians, I'm not a physician. I think a lot of us just assume it needs to be, frankly, a drug or a pill or something like that. Are we leaning into quite often sometimes saying, you know what, just some sunshine, or like you said, rest, or putting away the technology? There's something to that, isn't there?
There is, and I don't, you know, I'm a physician and I believe strongly in medicine. But I think that this is something that we can add that can improve the benefits, and sometimes you can get off medicine. Let's say you've lost weight and you no longer have hypertension. Well, then you can just continue to walk outside and maintain your weight.
What would you say for somebody who's watching, who lives in a city, or they may not have access to a green space? What would you say?
So most people, even those living in a city, can find access to green space. It may not be the national park, but most of us don't live near a national park. It may be a walking trail nearby or a city park or even the backyard. And all of those are considered green space.
So I guess this is an obvious final question. I think I already know your answer. But for those of us who may not have a physician to write this prescription, what is the takeaway for us? I think I've learned just sitting here already about my phone, but go ahead. The takeaway.
The takeaway is you don't need a physician to tell you to get outside into nature. If you write a prescription and it's very detailed, the chances are much more likely that you're going to get out, and you need to get out on a regular basis.
And the data shows it clearly that it makes such a difference.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's a reminder for all of us. Thank you for coming in. All right, coming up, the inspirational leaders creating space for everyone to feel comfortable in nature. And then later, the best things to know, wear, and carry before you step into the great outdoors. All that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We are back with Wellness Today, the healing power of nature. While we know spending time outside can bring positive changes to our health, not everyone has felt welcomed within these leisure spaces. But 3 founders from organizations Blackpackers, Outdoorist Oath, and the Native Wellness Institute are working to build a more inclusive community.
Every step you take out there instills you with confidence. Once you realize you can do it, you get a lot of healing from that, I think.
According to the Outdoor Industry Association, 40% of the U.S. population are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Yet they only make up 26% of outdoor participants. Patricia Cameron, founder of the organization Blackpackers, is trying to change that.
We know the demographics of this country are moving to where it's going to be majority people of color. And if we're not reaching out to those who might not have had access, we'll struggle to take care of some of our most protected places.
Blackpackers is committed to helping underrepresented minorities get access to the outdoors through transportation, gear, and outdoor education.
We do free camping trips, swimming, backpacking courses. A lot of our stuff is curriculum-based. I myself am a wilderness first responder, a certified interpretive guide, and a Leave No Trace master educator.
As she prepares to embark on the Pacific Crest Trail, a 2,600-mile hike from Mexico to Canada, she's reflecting on the successes Blackpackers has had in its first 2 years.
I really like seeing families that have been on Blackpackers trips, watching them grow in the outdoors, and now they bought their own gear and they're going on their own camping trips. That's been really dope to see.
Trans rights. Meet Patty Gonya, an environmental activist and drag queen that is part of a broader movement to help diversify the outdoor experience by bringing visibility to queer people in the outdoors.
I first did drag in the outdoors 3 years ago up on the Continental Divide Trail. I went on a backpacking trip with some of my best friends and wore high heels and strutted down the trails and really felt like my true queer self in the outdoors for the first time in my life.
Patty's drag outfits are pushing the boundaries of trail fashion. She refers to her style as sustainable drag and has even designed dresses out of trash and recyclables. Recently, she's teamed up with a diverse group of outdoor leaders to form the Outdoorist Oath, a group focused on planning for the future they hope to see on the trails.
Mother Nature isn't racist or homophobic, but people on the trails definitely are. And it's a space where queer people, especially people with less privilege, really feel vulnerable and have been harmed in the past.
You got this, girl.
And so we're looking to truly diversify the trails with community, because when queer people especially have safe space, they can thrive.
That sense of community is also what's driving Jolene Joseph's work. For the past 22 years, she has been the executive director of the Native Wellness Institute.
The Native Wellness movement was a movement where our people were realizing we don't have to carry the hurts and the pain, that we can live a life of balance between our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being.
A cornerstone of Jolene's group is the Native Youth Warrior Camp that she runs each summer in Oregon. Before the pandemic, 350 campers representing 60 tribes attended the camp.
They're sleeping in a teepee or a tent. We cook as much traditional foods as we can. We know the healing power really that our earth has, that the water has, that our trees have, really to live like our ancestors lived. That's what we're trying to do.
Out of their last camp, a group of 17 participants formed a movement called the Indigenous 20-somethings Project.
I just get emotional because I don't have worries about what's going to happen in the future, because these young people are stepping up. I'm so proud of them and proud for all of our people who embrace that positive change.
As all 3 of these organizations approach another summer outside, they continue to push forward towards a more welcoming and inclusive vision of outdoor culture in our most wild places.
This summer, Black Packers will be hosting trips in Colorado Springs. Patty Gonya will be working with the Outdooristo to run online diversity training sessions. And the Native Wellness Institute will host gatherings to celebrate Native identity. All good stuff. All right, coming up, an outdoor guide shares what to know, bring, and wear on any outdoor adventure. And later, how diving gave one woman the power to feel connected to herself again. That's right after this.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Wellness Today, the healing power of nature. As we plan our summer activities, it is important that we're prepared with the proper knowledge and equipment before we hit the trail. So we have some help for you today. Melissa Goodwin, outdoor guide and founder of Girl Gotta Hike, is here to share what to know, what to wear, and what to carry for hikes and walks and more. Thank you for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
I feel like there are people like you. You're like the hardcore hikers. But I think there are more people like me where we're getting outside post-pandemic. We're ready, or not even post-pandemic, but during the pandemic. So we think we know, but we really don't know. So it's good that we have you here today. Talk about, first of all, what we need to know before we set out.
Yeah, I think, like you said, there's so many people that have found hiking during the pandemic who maybe didn't do it before. And it really doesn't have to be that big thing. It could be just a walk in your local park. It could be heading an hour away. So I think the idea of hiking in general, just keeping it a little closer to home, might make it a little easier to start with.
I think you're right. So let's start with the items you recommend to help navigate your route.
Yeah, you definitely want to check out a map of your local area. Those are often downloadable online ahead of time.
Okay.
So you can have it in your phone and you can kind of get a sense of where you're heading before you're actually out there.
Because I think some people see it as an adventure to not know what to expect.
Yeah.
But it's, you know.
I would definitely caution against that. You know, it's a little bit of preparation goes a long way.
Okay.
You know, just having the basics.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about some of the things that we need to navigate.
Yeah, so to navigate, again, just that map on your phone.
Okay.
And then you're going to want to carry a backpack, and you're going to want to have water inside.
Check.
Bring more water, maybe than you think you would normally drink on an afternoon, because weather conditions might want you might want to drink more. You want to have a first aid kit, just in case. Usually any small injuries are minor, but you want to be prepared. Bring plenty of snacks for the day. Stuff that's high in protein and carbs will fuel you throughout your hike.
You know, I think a lot of people, and I know I'm guilty of this, the times that I've gone, I only expect to be gone for maybe an hour or so. So I have to be honest, we take water, but we don't really take snacks because I think we just assume we'll be back. But I guess that's the whole point, isn't it?
Yeah, you might be enjoying yourself so much that you want want to stay out longer. Maybe the day is really nice. So bringing that food will just, help fuel the rest of your journey.
And what about these two things?
Yeah, so definitely you want to have sunscreen out there and bug spray. Ticks are, notorious.
Yep.
And then for the hat, that's another sun protectant, as well as a headlamp.
So this was new to me because some of these I'm like, okay, no brainers, I get it, water, what have you, but a headlamp?
Yeah, again, it's just that preparation in case you end up staying out longer than you intend to. The sun can go down early and you want to be able to find your way back.
And another good point we should mention is to let somebody know where you're going.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? We've seen cases in the news where people don't know where their loved ones are.
Yeah, so checking in with a friend or a family member before you go and then when you get back.
It makes sense.
Would be.
All right, so last but not least, I was talking about what's behind me here. I just assumed you would have to wear pants.
Yeah, I think in the summer, it's kind of up to your own comfort level. Go with what is going to give you flexibility and movement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else I'm missing? We got the snacks, we got the water, first aid kit.
When you're thinking about clothes, make them wicking material.
Okay.
That helps get the sweat out of your system and keeps you dry along the way.
And do you have a favorite brand of boots or anything that we should be paying attention to?
The best brand of boots or trail runners are what fit your feet best. Everybody's foot is different. I definitely recommend hiking socks specifically.
I didn't even know that was a thing. What are hiking socks?
They give you extra cushion in the toes and along the back of your heel to help prevent rubbing and some of those common blisters and stuff like that. They definitely help along the way.
Well, thank you so much. Again, I don't want people to think, oh, I got this, because these are things I didn't know. The headlamp, hiking socks, who knew? And have you noticed more of an interest, especially even with your group, with people trying to get outside?
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely a lot of new people out there. And have fun.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just looked at some phones in her pictures. She's seen some beautiful things on hikes, so she knows of what she speaks. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, the transformative organization that teaches people of all abilities to enjoy the ocean, right here on Wellness Today.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Wellness Today. We've talked about the ways nature can bring healing, but what does that look like in practice? I had the opportunity to sit down with a remarkable woman whose journey started with learning how to scuba dive. Take a look.
As the daughter of two-time Indy 500 winner Al Unser Jr. and granddaughter of four-time winner Al Unser Sr., Cody Unser comes from a long line of champions.
Tell me what life was like growing up in the Unser household.
Growing up like in a racing family, I was very active.
That is until Cody's life hit an unexpected speed bump at the age of 12.
I was in basketball practice and suddenly I had a really hard time catching my breath, like I couldn't breathe. So my coach said, all right, Cody, just sit down, relax, and everything got worse. I got the worst headache I've ever felt. I still couldn't breathe. So the school called 911. They put me in the locker room, and that's when my left leg went completely numb. My right leg was like tingling, but I couldn't move them. So in a matter of 20, 30 minutes, I became paralyzed out of nowhere.
Cody was diagnosed with transverse myelitis, a rare autoimmune disorder caused by inflammation of the spinal cord.
I felt like I was only going to experience life 50% because my body was only working in half. So I remember those days being very dark and lonely.
Searching for an activity that would inspire hope in his sister, Cody's brother introduced her to scuba diving.
Up until that point, everything in my life surrounded the paralysis. But scuba diving was the aha thing that let me know, all right, Cody, you're fine the way you are.
What is it like when you're under the water?
Absolutely freeing, absolutely peaceful. All you hear is your breathing. There's colors down in, the ocean that I've never seen on land in nature. But for me, it gave me my independence back. I want to share this feeling with others.
After learning to dive, she founded the Quality of Life program, Cody's Great Scuba Adventures, to share her love of the water with others who also have disabilities.
And for the last 23 years, we've, gone to different camps that kind of help, young kids with disabilities and, kind of given them the experience. The 2017 trip in particular was really awesome. We basically went down to Key Largo and we got them certified. The kids now suddenly they have the confidence to conquer the world.
I refer to the water as the great equalizer. Seeing all of the fish and the aquatic life, and this beauty is all around us.
Whether it's scuba diving or hiking or whatever it is, there's clearly a healing power outdoors.
Oh, for sure. When it comes to therapy and kind of physical movement, we need to think beyond, just four walls at a gym or a rehab center. And what about scuba diving?
Cody advocates for people with disabilities and hopes the outdoor industry will continue to find ways to become more accessible. I enjoyed my conversation with her for sure. All right, well, thank you for joining me to explore the healing power of nature. We've seen how spending time in the great outdoors can lead to a positive physical, mental, and emotional transformation. And I am certainly excited to embrace the warmer weather as we head into summer. Hope you are too. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
A unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, All Day.
When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace.
Al.
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's been
see
a
you.
long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Constantine Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. Mm-hmm. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Kuros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Kuros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to L. George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've got people who got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money. Borrowed pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace, now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component, everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Ready? There, nice shot.
For breaking news in our changing world, Download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional. But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing,
yes,
it's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one. You
exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun. That's what we were taught. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime, nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic. My turn. Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come over here.
Keep the bun open because you want the chili to go in.
You want the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
You want that chili.
You're gonna chintz out on that chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over there.
All right. Oh, that really, it does have a creamy consistency.
See, it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. One up.
Ready. There. Nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25 ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Coneys, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back, family members, and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, But loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant, and I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love. And
partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
yeah,
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili. What's the protein in here?
This is a Beyond crumble, a plain Beyond crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little. How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney. That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO. What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow. The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay.
My staff, they get the comments on social media. If you came to my town bringing that Black Lives Matter, I'm gonna shoot you dead, and so forth, and all this stuff. And so we turn it over to the FBI and keep going. You kind of don't like the fact they know where you're at, but you know, everybody know where we're at.
Attorney Ben Crump joins us now. So good to see you again,
Morning.
my friend. Thanks for coming in. I mean, here's the thing. You're no stranger to the camera, but this is a revealing, raw look at the Ben Crump day-to-day that people do not see, the Ben Crump outside the courtroom. Why was it important to allow the cameras in and show this part of your life?
You know, Craig, as Kenya Barris, our executive producer, a brilliant brother, he said, Ben, it's about trying to inspire the next generation of civil rights lawyers, the next generation of social engineers, those young people to see that they can do it, they can join this fight. And so it was a very hard decision, vulnerable to let them see your inner workings of your life. My wife, my 9-year-old boss, my daughter, Brooklyn.
So that's what I wanted to ask you. You know, we have daughters around the same age, and when you do these kinds of stories, even for me as a journalist sometimes, it sinks in, right? And then you figure out, okay, well, how am I going to talk to my kids? For you, I can't even imagine. I mean, do you worry about it? Do you have conversations with her? How do you balance the dad part of it all?
You know, I do. My daughter she's one of these young, brilliant little girls, and she asks questions, and my mind boggles that she even knows about it. And she asked me after seeing the premiere at Tribeca on Sunday, her first time seeing it, she said, Daddy, they said you got a death threat. Why did you get a death threat? And I said, well, I'm fighting for equal rights of all people, black, brown, white, and sometimes people don't like that, but they're not right. And I'm not afraid.
You know, Ben, during the civil rights battle, there have been, attorneys, civil rights attorneys, who have come to meet the moment, and you are one of those people. But during the height of, George Floyd and all this, the Black Lives Matter, did you ever have doubts that you were going to be able to rise to the occasion, that you were the person for the moment?
You know, I am a student of history, Al. Thurgood Marshall is my personal hero, and what Thurgood would always say is, you have to meet the moment where it's at, remember the mission, what you're fighting for. And so people always ask me about the mental strain of so much tragedy and grief and death. And I say, we just have to stay focused on the mission. I have to keep myself focused on the mission because everybody's counting on me. And I know if I lose my focus and I'm not on the mission, then you see more hashtags. And what we're trying to prevent is the stopping of so many senseless killings. I mean, Breonna, Trayvon, Botham Jean, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, all these young people being taken far too soon from this earth.
And this particular documentary follows you
Amid the murder trial of Derek Chauvin, what was going through your mind? Do you remember how you felt before the verdict and then afterwards?
I do. I remember thinking that history is not on our side. However, that video was the most watched documentary, I believe, in the history of the world of someone being tortured to death. How could they not acknowledge this evidence, this plethora of evidence? So I was confident that we were going to set a new precedent where police officers will be held accountable for killing marginalized people, especially black people, unjustly. And so I believe in my heart it's going to be a better world for our children.
I spent a lot of time with you there covering the trial. And I've known you for a number of years now, since the trial of George Zimmerman. And I remember you said in Minnesota that you thought that was going to be a watershed moment for this country. You thought that was going to be the impetus for a whole host of changes. Here we are 2 years later. Do you still feel that way? Do you feel that verdict really has led to major change in this country?
Well, Craig, again, I go back as a student of history. You know, when the Civil Rights Act passed in '64 and then the Voting Rights Act passed in '65, there was analysis done that in '66, nothing changed in the electorate. But 10 years later, the Voting Rights Act had a profound impact on the electorate in America. So I believe in my heart we have to always see the glass as half full, and that what President Joe Biden did, just signing the executive order on the 2-year anniversary, was a step in progress, incremental progress. It's not going to happen all overnight. We just have to keep every day saying we're fighting for the future of our children.
Ben Crump, always good to see you.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We are catching up with Emmy and Golden Globe nominated actor Anthony Anderson.
That's right. For 8 seasons, he starred as TV husband and dad Dre Johnson on the hit show Blackish, which just aired its final season in April.
Anthony also recently reprised a role that he first took on back in 2008, playing Detective Kevin Bernard for the return of NBC's original Law and Order series. I would contend the best of the series, but now, just in time for the celebration of Juneteenth, Mr. Anderson is out with a fantastic new docu-style film. It's from Ancestry. It's called A Dream Delivered: The Lost Letters of Hawkins Wilson, and it unites the descendants of a man born into slavery.
Meet your family.
Hi, how are you? I'm Linda.
Hi, Linda. I'm Kelly.
Kelly, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Marie. Hi, Marie.
Hello. Are you guys huggers at all?
Yes.
And so are we.
Okay.
And we're good.
And they hug. Anthony Anderson, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
I mean, so this is a reunion, literally, like more than a century in the making, and I understand that you had sort of this immediate connection to the project because you've spent some time trying to find some of the branches in your tree.
I did. Years ago, I started and found where I come from, a village in Cameroon. And I found it apropos because I'm an artist, and that's where a lot of the artists in Africa come from. And then, so I just wanted to continue to build on that family tree, and then partnering with Ancestry, I was able to find those leaves. You know, and it dates back to 1852. Wow. You know, my fourth great grandfather, Owen Bede, you know, was a freedman, and worked on a plantation, you know, 70 hours a week. From he had to be on the field at sunup and made 4 cents an hour. And he was one of the highest paid workers that they had. And just finding, just going through the history, finding, my second grandmother Nancy, who actually owned her own farm and was farming on her own farm in 1910, and they had this blended family. So it was a history lesson for me and my family.
So the descendants of Hawkins Wilson has that letter. It's very special, and it means more than most people know beyond the family.
Yes. Hawkins Wilson's letter, he was sold into slavery as collateral when he was 6 or 7 years old. We found out in the records, and torn away from his family. And 24 years later, he went to the Freedmen's Bureau to find his family as a free man. And, with grave detail, talked about his siblings, his mother, and all of that, and who they belonged to, which really resonated with me to hear this man talk about his siblings and who they belonged to as property. And unfortunately, his letter never made it to his family. But it made it to them a couple of 100 years later with Kelly and Marie, and they were able to find other family members as descendants of Hawkins Wilson.
In speaking to the family, what intrigued you the most about what they thought of the letter and of everything?
Just a sense of a full circle moment, sense of completion. Here it is, a 6 or 7 year old boy being ripped away from his family, who remembered everything about his family 24 years later and trying to find them. And just the sense of what, Kelly and Marie was going through, why they did certain things, why they were drawn to certain places. Passing through this small town, they would love to go to, passing by this church and going into worship in this church, not knowing that Hawkins Wilson was a minister in that church.
Wow.
Not knowing that Marie, the mother, would go on to become a minister herself. So these ties that binded this family together for a couple of 100 years, it came full circle.
We should congratulate you while you're here. You're a college graduate now.
Yeah,
Howard University, Bison.
Yes, sir.
30 years after you were supposed to...
30 years after I was supposed to graduate back in 1992, I finally made it. I finally made it.
Of all the, I was going to say, of all the accomplishments that Anthony Anderson has.
It feels great. I was talking about full circle. Dr. Felicia Rashad, who's a friend of mine, Taraji Henson. Dr. Felicia Rashad is the Dean of the College of Fine Arts. Taraji Henson gave the commencement speech, and we were students together at Howard University. The assistant dean of the College of Fine Arts, Denise Saunders, we were classmates, and they all helped me matriculate through Howard University.
That's amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are catching up with an incredibly talented singer-songwriter. Jennifer Nettles rose to fame as one half of the Grammy-winning duo Sugarland.
Well, she's also graced the Broadway stage, starring in Chicago. Oh, look at these pictures. And Waitress.
Now Jennifer is part of the new series on PBS, American Anthems, which honors everyday heroes with their own songs. Her episode features a cancer survivor named Seth Grummett, who came up with an idea to help others while undergoing his own treatments.
I'd be done with my chemotherapy. I'd say, Margie, we have to go take this woman to get a second opinion in New York. She's like, when? I'm like, now. Right after, like she can't afford to do it, or her husband can't afford to take off work. We need to do it. And so I said, if I was gonna do this, we need to do it on a much bigger scale. I can't do it all myself, especially right now, even though I want to.
So you started this while you yourself were also
in treatment, sure.
It's incredible. And Jennifer is with us this morning. Good
morning.
Thank
you for having me.
We love having you here. And the whole premise of this show, I mean, there are so many everyday heroes out there who deserve to have these songs sung about them. Why did you want to be a part of this touching project?
For a number of reasons. First of all, to celebrate these wonderful stories of these people, because just like you have said, like, there's the old adage of not all heroes wear capes. Well, they might not, but they all deserve their own theme song.
I love that.
And as a writer, for me, I mean, obviously we love to tell stories. So to be able to celebrate these stories of these people out here who are doing so much good in the world, what a gift as a writer to be able to write these kinds of stories. So,
It was such a good conversation. I enjoyed watching you talk to him. And I kept watching you and watching him, and I kept thinking, ooh, I wonder how she's going to make a song out of this. What stood out to you about your conversation? What did you take from it?
I mean, obviously, all of the people on American Anthems, all of these heroes, they have their own stories, and they are spectacular in their own right. But I think for Seth's story, just the passion that he had, the openness, the spirit of giving, because he started this organization, Stomp the Monster, to offer support to people going through chemo while he himself was going through chemo. Okay, so I think to be able to see that and to be at what for many people is one of the lowest parts of their lives, if you have to go through that, to see someone giving back during that time. It's almost like using, as I say, gratitude as a shield.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? At that point, it's like, wow, just giving back to others when you yourself are already so taxed.
As I watched the episode, you were like a sponge in their house and listening to his children and his wife and listening to him when it came down to write the song. Give me a little bit of the taste of that process.
You know what? I mean, I would imagine it's similar in some ways to what you guys do in terms of journalism. You want to ask the right questions that gets the right information, but as a songwriter, you just use it differently, and you might ask different questions. What is the emotional core of this? What if I had to pick out the biggest nugget of who this man is? And when I say gratitude as a shield, again, not to be spoiler alert, I don't want to give it all away, but the idea of he saw life as beautiful, and he wanted to give other people that same sentiment and that same opportunity to see it as beautiful, even though he was going through something so hard. So the idea of being grateful and seeing the beauty even in hard times.
Before we let you go, we know last year you were in Waitress, which I wish Al was here because he too was in Waitress.
Yes, I saw it 4 times.
But is it true you could be writing your own Broadway show?
I am writing my own.
Oh my
Broadway.
goodness!
Yes, which I'm super excited about. It's such a process, though.
I mean,
like it's years already, and will be a few more in the making. But it's such an absolute labor of love. I love the theater. And it's the story of a shero. You know, it's a lot of times we as women haven't had all of these our own stories told. So
I'm sure with great music too.
Just real quick, to hear her sing this song in full. Knock your
yeah, I hope
socks
everybody
off.
watches because and the other artists who are on the show are amazing as well. You know,
I
it's
love
like
that.
Cam and Rustin Kelly and the Warren Treaty and
Real artists.
Yes,
Yeah.
well,
Good
great
stuff.
artists.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys know Bowen Yang from his hilarious sketches on SNL. We could watch The Iceberg ahead a million times.
We watched, by the way, I think we did watch it
Yeah,
on the
we
show
did.
at least 500,000. And you know, Matt Rogers' first breakout performance in Showtime's I Love That for You.
Oh my God, we love that show. Together, these two, by the way, who are best friends, create comedy gold. First grabbing the attention on their hit podcast, Las Culturistas, and now starring in a new movie. It's called Fire Island, a Pride and Prejudice-inspired rom-com. Take a look.
Don't you even think. Do not pass on this icon.
No, the defense is wrong.
No, the defense is wrong.
No, the defense is wrong.
And Joe Pesci, how do you know?
And she goes, I'm positive.
I'm positive.
Penelope Cruz.
Oh, my biological clock is ticking like this. And the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
Oh my The answer was
Marissa Tomei. If you don't know that, you're not invited to our party.
By the way, how cool is this? Y'all are best friends. You happen to have a hit show. I mean, is this like the perfect storm of life for you guys right now?
I can't believe it.
It's wild.
It's truly wild. I mean, we've known each other for like 12 years at this point.
Yeah,
And
we met at NYU. I was in the sketch group there. He was in the improv group there, and we were both the only gays in the group. So everyone was like, "Be friends, be friends," and we're like, "We're not just gonna be friends just because we're gay."
And then one day at a party, a Nicki Minaj song came on, and we both knew the lyrics.
Yeah.
And
Every
word?
Every word.
Can you still do it?
Yeah.
It was
Let's
called
go.
Roman's Revenge, and it's not really daytime friendly.
You
but we
can
could
do
give
it
a
without the
shot.
beat.
We can do it.
Yeah.
Here, ready? I'm not Jasmine,
I am Aladdin, so far ahead, these bums is lagging.
See me in that new thing, bums is lagging.
I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon. Rah, like a dungeon dragon. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon, etc. And then it gets kind of like unsafe
It gets a little unsavory.
all the people out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It gets very Nicky.
Were you guys never competitive? I mean, since you're in the same field and you...
Oh, I mean...
Is this about to get deep and real?
About to get deep?
Trying to get deep and real, Hoda?
Just wondered.
Should we say?
What you got?
Should we say? Okay, so Matt and I actually auditioned the same time for SNL.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a really crazy moment when I got the job and I was like, my best friend did it. But then now, look, we like diverged in our paths.
Yeah.
And he's
now?
doing so well. And then we got to like link up again for this movie.
It's really, it was formative for us, like to go through that. We've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something with really close friendship that you also see in the movie too. Like there's ups and downs between like this chosen family of people, and you know, the love for each other just really sees it through, especially with queer friendships. We have our chosen families, and it means so much to have that.
You know, I love that you both are doing incredible things, and I wonder, as best friends, what does it feel like to watch each other thrive, to watch each other grow and evolve?
I feel like best friendships are about like wanting everything for the other person, and it's just, it's crazy. I get to watch my best friend like rock it down on a TV show and like be a scene stealer and just like give such a layered performance. It's so cool.
I mean, like, it's one thing to watch Bowen's success and watch everyone fall in love with him. Like, the way, when I remember the first time I ever saw him perform, I said, I know that's a star.
Oh,
and I definitely did. I saw him, like, do an improv scene, and he just came out, and, like, his energy, it was really unreal. And I said, oh, if I had like a good feeling about him as a person, now even as a talent, like just, I mean, everyone knows, like you see him on screen and it's like, I need to know more. And I just, but beyond that, it's like, as talented as he is, like it's the friendship for me that is the most important.
It's too early to get this emotional.
I know, and you're catching us in an emotional week, ladies.
Emotional week.
Can you just talk a little bit about Fire Island? Because people want, people don't, first of all, if you're living around the country, you're like, what? Where's Fire Island? What is it? Give me a quick little synopsis.
synopsis.
Fire Island is a barrier island off the coast of Long Island. It's a wonderful vacation destination. It's been close to a century like a refuge for a lot of queer people. And the movie takes place there, and it's a modern retelling of Pride and Prejudice, written by and starring our very good friend Joel Kim Booster, one of our other best friends.
Yeah, truly, the three of us are pretty much best friends, and just being able to do this together, and the stand-in for the Bennett family is this chosen family, and we go through. It's a really faithful adaptation, actually. So I think you would love it if you love Fire.
You're an
Austin head. You're gonna love it.
And by the way, AP English Austin head yourself?
Yeah, so I actually wrote my AP Lit essay about how the character that I play is called Luke, and he's like the stand-in for Lydia, about how that character relates to the main character Elizabeth Bennet, who's Noah, played by Joel Kim in the film. And I happened to get a 5 on that one.
You got a 5. All right, you guys, don't go anywhere, kids. We got a little game. It's called Beach Vacation. We're gonna play.
Oh, here we go. I love it. Today is Now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with Bowen Yang, Matt Rogers. They star in the new movie. It's called Fire Island.
Okay, and we want to take all of your takes on that Fire Island beach vacation fun. So we're going to play a little game called
Fire or Ice. We're going to toss out some items you might encounter on a Fire Island beach trip, or if you're not into it, you can show us your fire paddle, or I'll show us your ice paddle.
Great.
And by the way, Fire Island, for anybody that's never been, we've already sort of talked about it, but like, it's just a beach where people can go wild.
We can go wild or go like chill. Like
Do y'all chill there?
We just mostly chill.
I mean, we were just there this weekend, and we were so boring.
We watched the hours.
Yeah, we watched the hours.
You did not.
We really did.
Peak of it.
We were literally like burnt out from doing press, so we just put the hours on and we're like picking it apart.
Yeah, it's a real mood.
All right, so let's go fire or ice. So fire means
Okay.
you love it. Ice means not so much.
Right.
Day drinking.
I'm gonna say ice.
I'm gonna say fire, but also as you get older, this gets harder.
Yeah.
And you go to bed with a hangover.
That's true.
What's that?
So, but what's your day drinking drink?
Well, I'm from Long Island, so like it's sort of like a tailgate moment. Like I love like a beer during the day, but like I said, you get tired.
Yeah, you do. That means you're going to bed at 5 p.m.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, nude beaches.
Okay.
I'm gonna say fire.
And I'm gonna say ice, because here's the thing about nude beaches: anyone can go. It's not gonna be all sexy every time.
That's the beauty of it, is that it's not sexy.
You don't need to see everyone's things.
But that makes it liberating. I don't know.
Have y'all ever gone?
I've never gone.
No.
Okay.
I get a little shy,
But
you can
I
tell.
celebrate them as a concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Dinner parties. Fire
I'm gonna say ice.
I'm gonna say fire.
Wow, y'all! I thought
why
y'all
you
were
get
best
along.
friends.
That's
We
how we
are
get
Song of
along.
Ice and Fire. The Game of Thrones reboot stars us,
It's
right?
us.
But I like anything that can sort of create like a Real Housewives type conflict.
Yeah, sure.
What about you?
Well, for me, on Fire Island, because it's like so casual, people will just like latch on to your dinner party, and now you have to cook dinner for like 12
Wait,
people.
what do you mean people latch on? They
Like-
just
like-
wander in?
They're just like, oh, like the invitation is so casual. Like you think you're cooking dinner for 6, but then like more people come
they
in.
bring their friends.
And then they come for dinner, and then like they're suddenly gone, and you're like, oh, I thought we were hanging out, or were you just taking our food, babe?
And then also, who's doing the dishes?
Yes.
You two. Okay, reading on the beach.
Reading?
What?
Y'all are total opposite.
Actually, no. I'm gonna flip mine because you know what? This is the thing that gets in the way when you read on the beach. You're lying down, and your book has to cover the side.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Angles-wise, it's a nightmare. And also, I'm a socializer. I want to hang out with the girls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you want us to come with you?
Yes!
We want to come. We want to come. Yes,
You would kill the Pines.
We have started something
You
called
really would.
Feral Girl Summer.
Feral Girl Summer.
Yeah, are y'all in?
Oh, the cats there are sick. Yeah, they'll bite you and.
Don't pet the deers either, Mama. You want Lyme disease?
Yeah, you'll get Lyme disease.
You're gonna get it.
Wait, you pet the deer?
No, don't.
Some people pet the deer. Some of these gay men are touching deer.
Some of these gay men out here will touch anything.
You can watch Fire Island. It's on Hulu right now.
Oh my gosh, y'all, thank you so much.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, you gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days. It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
It's Mental Health Awareness Month, and we are here today with our friend, Leonard McKelvey, better known to as many, we only know him this way, besides Charlemagne the God.
Yeah, he's one of the hosts of the syndicated radio show, The Breakfast Club, and the host of the late-night talk show, The God's Honest Truth, on Comedy Central. But more recently, Charlemagne has become a leading advocate for mental health and wellness.
Charlemagne, this is your lane. I mean, you have so many lanes, but why did you feel like this lane needed to be filled?
I mean, for me, it was just a personal journey that I started to go on like 4 or 5 years ago when I started going, to therapy. And, as y'all know, when you have a platform where you speak to millions, there's nothing you're really doing for yourself if you're sharing it with people. So I would just come in and, talk about going to my therapy sessions every Friday at 3 p.m. And next thing I know, people were coming up to me in the street saying, hey, my brother started going to therapy because of you, or my husband started going to therapy because of you. And then I wrote a book called Shook One, Anxiety Playing Tricks on Me, that came out in 2018. And so I found myself in this role of being an unofficial mental health advocate.
And you just had an incredible conversation that you're going to share with us.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, I sat down with Nadra Tawwab, relationship therapist and author of the New York Times bestseller, Set Boundaries, Find Peace, game-changing book, by the way.
Wow.
Also, Jay Barnett, a former pro football player turned family therapist and author of Just Heal, Bro, and Dr. Alfie Breland Noble, a psychologist better known as Dr. Alfie, who works with me as the Chief Mental Wealth Officer at my Mental Wealth Alliance. So we're talking today about mental health, and I wanted to call on you three because, y'all are experts in this space. I always say I just got some experiences. I'm not an expert. I rely on, y'all and y'all Instagram posts and y'all books, to help get me through. So I wanted to talk to y'all. How y'all feeling today, first of all?
Wonderful.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay, now for so long there's been a stigma attached to talking about, mental health and dealing with mental illness, particularly in the black community. So I'm curious to hear what you have been told over the years when it comes to mental health. We can start with you, Dr. Alfie.
Sure. So I think, I'm Gen X, so I can say, historically speaking, the things that I heard were you keep your business in the house, you don't tell other people your business, and that having a mental illness or dealing with mental illness is a sign of everybody knows it's craziness, right? So they're like these poles. You either healthy or you crazy. And so we try not to use that word in our house to describe people. And then finally, I would say that needing to see somebody or seek care is a sign of weakness, right? So you should be able to sort of pull yourself up by your bootstraps and handle everything on your own. So those are some of the things that I heard most frequently when I was a kid.
What about you, Ninja?
I would say the thing I heard most was mental health being termed other things, like this person is eccentric, they are special, they are, stay away from them, all of these things, except this person has schizophrenia, this person is depressed, this person is anxious. Like, I saw that stuff, but it was certainly called a nervous breakdown or something else. But now we're starting to connect who people are to what their mental health diagnosis is.
What about you, Jay?
Man, the interesting thing I've heard was black people don't go to therapy, they go to jail.
That's real.
And particularly when it comes to black men and being a former athlete, you know, one of the things that I heard often was that you don't talk about how you feel when it comes to your emotions and expressions, but the one thing that you do is you show it through your athletic ability, or you show it through your performance. And also, as Dr. Alfie said, that word crazy, you know, how many times did I hear, or did we all hear in school, well, that boy crazy or that girl's crazy? Because oftentimes we would see kids who got in trouble or kids who had behavior issues, they were either taken out of class, either criminalized, and now having an understanding, being a clinician, I think it was more of a clinical issue than it was, you know, something to criminalize them about.
Why do y'all think that was? Why do you think it was that we felt like we were doing ourselves favors by keeping secrets?
I think if you think about what it means to have now we use the term marginalized, right? So we have these identities, and I always tell people, you are not marginal, you are marginalized. It's not who we are, it's what's done to us. And so I think when you have that kind of identity, especially as a black person or African American, there's so many other things that you are fighting every day related to how people perceive your identity. So that's one of the other things I always tell people. You don't experience racism because you're black. I hate when people say that. It's not because of what we look like, who we are. It's because of how other people engage with us based on their perceptions of who we are, right? And so I think when you carry that, you don't want anything else making you feel like the thumb on the hand. You want to be the four fingers. You want to be over here. And so when you add that label, that puts you over here. And I think for a lot of us, you know, I can speak personally for myself and for people I've treated over the years, I hear a lot of that. I don't want to be different. I want to be like everybody else. And different is that C word, right? So I don't want to be over there. I want to be here with everybody else and treated normally and made to feel like I'm okay just like I am. And so that mental illness label just, I think it makes people feel alienated and pushed to the side.
Ooh, what do y'all think?
I would say I think there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of shame in black families around admitting that there are mental health issues, acknowledging depression, anxiety. It seems like more of a weakness than something that a lot of people experience, even if we see drug abuse, alcoholism, broken families. It's like, don't talk about it, just see it and pretend it's not happening, and people have a response to that. They are impacted by that, and that comes out. And I think just not naming it really keeps those secrets going.
What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I agree. I think shame has a lot to do with it, and I believe that shame loses its power in exposure. And a lot of times is that we've been so afraid and fear what will we look like, especially when we've already have been place or is projected of this inferior, you know, identity that we attach to us. But then also is being viewed as inadequate when there's something going on, because it's now the questions, you know, am I enough? What's wrong with me? And I think what we're able to do now is not only break the stigma, but also unveil that there's no shame to have to have the power to admit that there's something wrong.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How important is it for us to have conversations like this?
It's so helpful. When we have those conversations, we're able to see, maybe that was postpartum. Maybe what I was seeing was postpartum. Maybe that was depression. But we need to be able to talk about it.
You made me think about something just now. Is it possible to even like heal whatever childhood wounds you have if you don't get that piece from your parents, if your parents are afraid to open up about the traumas and things they may have went through?
You know, the healing process is really a process, and therapy is progressive. Believe it or not, you know, there's times that I know before I became a clinician, there was times when I was going to therapy, and I still go to therapy because every therapist should have a therapist. Let me just say that. But there were times that I would leave feeling worse because of that unpacking, taking off that Band-Aid, right? Examining that wound underneath. And many times is that you may not be able to heal the experiences, but also finding resolve is what we really need the most, because sometimes when we're dealing with parents that are not able to open up and that are not wanting to address those certain things, we have to allow them that space to go through their own process, but then stay connected and stay intentional about our own process, because healing is not for them, it's for you.
I think there's, as a Gen Xer, I feel like the Gen X kids kind of sit and watch boomers and millennials like sort of go at it with each other. And I think what that does is it gives Gen X a little bit of a unique perspective, right? Because we were the latchkey kids. So we were the ones who had to figure it out on a lot of it on our own anyway. And I think what I see is millennials giving Gen Xers and boomers and older permission to start to open up about these things. And I think at the same time, what I see is that those boomers and veterans and older folks, like my father's a veteran, that generation, they did what they could and what they knew how to do at the time to survive, right? So I think the benefit, the gift that they gave us younger generations is they gave us space to have a little more freedom to do some of the unpacking that Sister Twab and Brother Jay are talking about. And I think for me, what I'm excited and hopeful about is that the younger generations give us older generations permission to think about unpacking some of these things. And I think what the younger generations are teaching us is that it's okay to not be okay. You know, you hear people say that all the time. You know, and I love Black young folks, so they're like, my therapist is dope and my therapist told me. And I think that being in the public lexicon, it really just opens up space. So that's, for me, I'm more on the hopeful end of seeing how the conversation, even doing this couldn't have happened 10 years ago, right? So I appreciate you for creating space for us to do this. And it helps so many people when we give ourselves permission to be okay with, I always say, we're perfect in our imperfections, and in every moment that we're growing into a more perfect version of ourselves. And that perfection is unique to each of us. So having a flaw, so to speak, that's just part of your growth process. So for me, that's what it is.
No, what you said about giving, folks permission is very true, because when I started talking about my issues, that opened up my father to tell me how he was going to therapy 2 and 3 times a week, and how he tried to commit suicide 30 years ago, and how he's been on 10 to 12 different medications, So it's just like, that helped me give him grace. Because when I started going to therapy, I realized that I had a lot of daddy issues, which is something men don't talk about. You always hear daddy issues and think it's just, you relate that to women, but nah, daddies do a number on the sons too, in a real way.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Who should you seek validation from? Because it's something we all need, right? So it feels like everybody's environment is social media now, and everybody's seeking validation from these people that we know don't care about them in any way, shape, or form. What kind of impact you think that's going to have on kids' mental health?
You know it doesn't have, it's not real. You know that. I think for a lot of us, and a lot of, I won't just say young people, because a lot of folks that ain't so young do the same
grown
stuff.
folks, now you're right.
There's a lot of grown folks. So I think ideally, I think we would all agree. We would say we need to seek it from within. I think the challenge is always, how do you get there? If you've never, I'm just listening to everything that my colleagues have said. If you've never had anybody teach you how to get there, how do you know where to start? If you don't know that it's okay to go seek out help from a professional like these colleagues here, where do you start that? So for me, it's you want it from yourself, but I always want to encourage my children and people I work with and the people you and I work with through the nonprofit Mental Wealth Alliance. We want to encourage them and give them some tools for how to begin to seek it. It's easy to say, seek validation from within. I think the hard part is figuring out how to do it.
Yeah, I would say we have to start looking at social media like it's a cartoon. This is not real. It's not real. That cup is not really there. They actually had those clothes on last week. We really have to start dissecting what we see. We have to start looking at images differently. We have to teach our kids that this is not a representation of who you are in the real world. People are performing. I was just reading an article about crying and taking a picture of it as a part of the performance on social media. So we have to be very clear with our children that this is not real. Some of it is, and you really have to use your critical thinking skills to determine what is real and what is true in this space.
And that's so powerful because I think as you teach critical thinking, what this also do in alignment is it brings a space or provides a space where individuals can learn unconditional acceptance. Unconditional acceptance will rid you from self-comparison. Because what it does, it allows you to be accepting of yourself. This is with your insecurities, this is with your flaws, this is even with the things that you think God made a mistake on. And it allows you to be able to say, I am enough where I'm at. And I don't have to be concerned about what I don't have and what I'm lacking, because what I have in this current moment allows me to be enough. And when you feel enough, that within itself provides validation that when I see my brother, there's nothing standing in the way for me to not see him as a king. Or when I see my sisters. And when I tell people is that I can only see you as I see myself. So once I have done the unconditional acceptance part with me, even in your assess and all your accoutrements and all those different things, I can edify you and big up to you, and it doesn't take away from me, and it doesn't take away from who I am. Because a lot of times the validation that people are seeking is because I haven't come to one with who I am, so I'm constantly looking, again, showing up with your question. Do you see me? Am I enough? What else do I need to do to get more likes? What else do I need to do to go viral? But when you are one and really says, you know what, I can accept that I did not have the environment that I would like. Because I remember working with kids in the group homes when I first started and listening to these kids, often thinking that wealthy kids had it better. Mr. J, all I need to do, man, I should have been born to a rich mom and dad. I wouldn't even have these problems. But then one day I brought in some kids that were from affluent communities, and I let them share their stories. The room was silent because it leveled the playing field, because you realize that the rich kid was battling, right, with the fact of multiple resources, but not enough affection. The poor kid, right, had all affection, right? Mama, big mama, and them gonna rally around you, but was limited in resources. But when they looked at each other, they both were in a deficit. So now I didn't see you as being a rich kid who had everything. I now saw somebody who was just like me. You're looking for acceptance.
Ooh, that's beautiful. So where does it begin? Where does this healing journey begin? You know, I hear Kendrick Lamar's new album, which I love. I see Drake, all of these brothers are rapping about therapy. Now, I always say therapy is the beginning to me. That's where it started for me. I think that's the gateway drug, the healing. So, you know, where does it begin?
I would say therapy. In college, I started going to therapy when I was becoming a therapist, because I wanted to figure out like what it feels like to sit in a chair. When I had my first client, I knew like this is a powerful thing to see someone be able to open up, to be vulnerable, to see the light bulb go off. How often do we get to talk to people and have that one-on-one interaction that is just about us, where we get to unpack all of the scary things, all of the things that we don't tell other people because we think it's embarrassing. We don't have that in other spaces. So to me, I think therapy is the gateway to healing, because that is where you get your one-on-one attention that you need for the healing.
For me, I think before we get in the mental health professional's chair, I feel like I want us to have tools that we can use to help ourselves just gain a little bit more information and a little bit more clarity. Because I think there's so many of us who, when we say, I mean, we all know this, when you go to people and say, you could use therapy, or I think therapy would help you, it's like, I don't need that, I ain't crazy, you know what I mean? So I think there's something about this baby steps. And for me, the first baby step is, what can I do to increase my own self-awareness? So, I mean, I have to shout out what my colleagues do on social media. I know there's some difficulties with social media, but I do feel like there are ways in which watching Sister Nedra or watching Brother Jay or even watching what you post can give people some insights. It's not the end all be all. So that's one. Then I think taking advantage of resources from organizations that are out there, and I have to say it, where their purpose is to give you insights. I think if you can start there, I believe deeply in meditation. Start with meditation, start with deep breathing, start with just some reflection, start with journaling, until you're ready to get to a place where you can go sit in a mental health professional's chair and get that attention that Sister Nedra was talking about.
No, I was just going to add, I mean, as both of these sisters as eloquent stated, you know, it starts in therapy. And just to give some history on therapy, mental therapy was never for black people. Let me just make that clear. It was for rich white men. Even in grad school and all of our studies, the theories, the methods are Eurocentric. They were centered around studies for Anglos. Even when you look at the APA, and thank God, Dr. Bryant, who was just, she's getting ready to make some changes with the APA, the American Psychological Association. You know, out of 41,000, and I've said this numerous times, 41,000 psychiatrists and psychologists across the globe, less than 2% are blacks. So that tells you very few case studies, very few information, very few research on even how to treat blacks.
And it is a different way to treat us.
And it's a different way to treat us because we're not monolithic. So we don't all, though we share same pigmentation or whatever, but we don't all have the same experiences. And I remember being in my supervision with white clinicians. I was the only black that graduated in my grad program. And I remember being bombarded with 8 students who were white that were working with black kids that did not understand how to work with them. And so when you look at mental health, this thing is still kind of new for us. And I'll tell you this, Charlamagne, had it not been for you, none of this movement would not be here. Because I remember when you first started, and I remember people saying, oh, he just, you know, I mean, he on this therapy kick and all of this, and you were so consistent about your journey. And people started to see the changes, and then it was not just a conversation, it was the way you lived. And that's why therapy is so important, because it helps to reprogram so you can have the ability to unlearn. You can't undo the things that have happened, but you can unlearn certain behaviors and certain patterns, and I think that's what's so effective.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The term mental illness, it can be off-putting to a lot of people who are not informed. And they may equate it with erratic behavior, but so many of us are walking around and living successful lives, but also dealing with, you know, mental illness, you know, mental health issues. How important is it to acknowledge success and mental illness, mental health issues can coexist?
One thing I like to do is normalize terms. So anxiety, everybody has it. There are different levels to anxiety. There is a diagnosable type of anxiety, but there's the everyday anxiety we deal with, whether it's us being perfectionist, being nervous, having some performance anxiety. All of that is under the anxiety umbrella. The way you're impacted by it determines if it is clinical. Depressed, you know, how sad are you? How often do you get sad? So just using those labels, and it's interesting when you're using it with Black families sometimes, and you say like, oh, he was depressed. Depressed. It's like, that's exactly what he was. You know, it's shocking. It's like when you say, oh, he's very neurotic, you know, he's always worried about stuff. Just using those terms like it's like, you know, regular, I'm using them like anxiety, you know, that's how we destigmatize it. We call it out when we see it. So we have to use those terms because it's not always mental illness. A lot of it is mental health. We all have it. Sometimes it is clinical, but most of us have some of those things that we can really work through with some tools and learning how to manage them. But first, we have to be able to name it in an everyday way.
That's real. So last question, what's next? What's the call to action? Like, what's next for our communities?
So the goal is figure out what you need to do every day, just a little teeny something to do every day. Maybe that's therapy, maybe that's meditation, maybe that's exercise. It could be any number of things, and allow that to be your North Star to help move you and help you grow into the person that you were meant to be. But the most important thing to me is the call to action is to recognize and remember your value is in your existence.
What do you think, Adrian?
Take a step. The step could be reading something mental health related on Instagram. It could be watching a show and extracting what you need. It could be reading a book. It could be going to therapy. It could also be having an uncomfortable conversation or making a personal change, but take a step. Sometimes we get so stuck in the anxiety of thinking about taking a step that we don't actually take the step, but we really need to take a step. Even a baby step, a small thing can be a really big life change.
I think this is the next step. We're sitting in it. Because it starts with creating visual aids for people to continue to see this is what mental health look like, right? Now the world gets to see us have this conversation progressively, uniquely and authentically. The more that we're able to create spaces of us speaking about it and sharing from our experiences, whether it's clinical, whether it's personal or experiential, it's amazing, man.
Nadra, Jay, Dr. Alfie, I learned from y'all. I love y'all, I value y'all, I appreciate y'all. Just continue teaching, continue being the vessels that y'all are and helping us heal.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little
Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
A big hello and thanks for joining us for a special edition of Pop Start Plus. I'm Joe Fryer filling in for Carson. Today on the show, we're taking a moment to indulge in the past and revisit our favorite nostalgic summer movies. We're going to take a look at why we feel the way we do when we watch those older summer flicks. And you're killing me, Smalls. Today, contributor Donna Ferris spoke to the cast of a movie that defines the season, The Sandlot. We found out why it still resonates today. And to close out our special show, we've got our friend Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers. He's counting down the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Stay with us for all of that. It'll be great. To kick things off, here's a deep dive into how watching nostalgic films makes us feel, especially during the heat of summer.
Summer in itself is a great example of a trigger for nostalgia because it connotes many of the attributes that accompany nostalgia, such as longing for the carefreeness, the leisure of childhood. But when you watch something like a movie that's set at summer camp, you've got so many stimuli there that are reminding us that in our hectic, busy lives, should we not occasionally take a break?
So, either of you by any chance know how to play poker? Yeah, never played it before.
Roosevelt, how's that lanyard coming?
Horrible.
Film is a really good example of a medium that has all of the triggers for different kinds of sensory experiences, visual, auditory, such as the music in a film. And so you have all these varieties of sensory stimuli that help you to mentally transport yourself in two ways, by the way. One, when you're just remembering the past, you're transporting yourself back to that time. An interesting finding recently showed that when people just reminisce nostalgically, they even feel a little more healthy and vibrant, and they have more vitality. Why? Because when you transport yourself back, you're feeling a little bit of the feelings you felt when you were younger. Nostalgic films, especially for looking back to your beloved favorite childhood movies, those were a source of great comfort.
Shut up! You're killing me, Smalls. Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts.
Their time! Up there! Down here, it's our time! It's our time down here!
In fact, in film, for example, we believe from the research data that there are characters in movies that serve as surrogates for us. So when you watch a film that you loved in the past, not only are you remembering when you watched it, with whom did you watch it, the conversations you had at the time, maybe you went out to the movies with friends or what have you. But in addition to that, as you watch characters in films play out their own problems and resolve them through this vicarious resolution, you feel that hope and optimism, which is a lot like the happy ending of many stories that we've seen throughout our lives, right? If you wanted to log them according to seasons of the year, for instance, summer is a great time. And what operates as a nostalgic film, it could be something like Star Wars, Episode 1, for a generation who saw that for the first time, either as children, teenagers, or young adults. And to some extent, it's transporting them not just to the film and the enjoyment of the film, but also it gives someone the ability to reflect upon, what did it mean to me when I saw that as a kid, and now what would I think of it now? So sometimes when we rewatch an old film, we're comparing our understanding as full-fledged adults, or our understanding now that we've lived through so much, with what we thought when we first saw it. Also, for the elderly today, they might think back to the great summer films that were beach movies. You know, the parties on the beach and playing volleyball on the beach. When you think about transportation mentally through a film, now you have added onto it that you might transport yourself to somebody else's past or to somebody else's experience, not necessarily your own. So fiction can be enjoyed and benefited from, even in terms of nostalgia. For instance, a lot of nostalgic films incorporate within the plot or within the character lines, characters remembering back to their past.
I can still recall our last summer. I still see it all. Walks along the Seine, laughing in the rain.
I was the last one to move away, but when I did, the Sandlot was still there.
And then when you watch that, then that prompts you to sort of mentally transport yourself with that character back to their past as well. So it's very rich. Film is a very rich medium.
Our thanks to Professor Christine Batcho for sharing all of her findings and insights with us, a little better understanding of why those films make us feel so good. Still to come, even more nostalgia and more fun. Donna Ferrison's chat with the Sandlot stars who played Yaya and Squints.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to our Pop Start Plus special, all about nostalgic summer movies. Now, if you're a 90s kid, you'll remember the 1993 release of a movie about a ragtag pack who loved playing ball. and it changed how we think about summer forever. Today, contributor Donna Ferris spoke to two of the stars from The Sandlot, Chauncey Leopardi, who played Squints, and Marty York, who played Yeah. They shared the responses they still get about the movie set during a summer back in 1962.
Was the summer you filmed The Sandlot the best summer of your lives?
It was for sure the best summer of my life.
Yeah.
I don't think anything, compares to it since then. And I think we just had a blast. It was summer camp for like 2 or 3 months that we filmed over the summer, and definitely the best.
Yeah, it was pretty great. It's hard to beat. Obviously, I love my family, and I wouldn't want my wife to think that, my 11-year-old summer was the best summer of my life. But it was pretty awesome, hanging out with friends and having that experience, and then getting to share it with the rest of the world forever. It's just it's a pretty amazing thing.
This film represents the best of summer, the 4th of July celebrations, the carnival, kids playing ball, the s'mores, you name it. There's so many different elements. Why do you think The Sandlot is a film that has defined summertime for a lot of people?
It takes people back to an era of the United States where kids went outside and they played, and when the sun went down, that's when they went home.
I want you to get out into the fresh air and make some friends. Run around, scrape your knees, get dirty.
You had adventures during the day.
It'll be 30 years next year, first of all. How does that feel for you guys?
It's amazing. I mean, anytime you do a film, you never know what the results are going to be. But to still be here talking about this 30 years later, and to see it still affecting people's lives for the better is that's kind of why you're in the arts. It's the reason that you want to do. That's what you set out when you have passion about a project, is to hope that you get one that changes things forevermore. So it's a blessing. And we appreciate all the love and support that we've gotten over the years.
What were your favorite scenes to film for each of your characters?
I loved all of the baseball stuff. Obviously, it was a lot of fun. When we played the other team, it was a blast. Filming the whole chase scene, we did that for 2 weeks. So just the dog chasing Benny and all the different stuff. That was a lot of fun as well. I think that there's something to find that was cool about everything. And even in the treehouse stuff, that treehouse was amazing. This is when they really built sets for film still. There was no green screens or anything like that. So that was all real craftsmanship. A carpenter, the construction guys on set actually built those sets. So they were so cool and so in depth, Mr. Myrtle's house. And it was a really cool time in filmmaking because you still had all of the crafts really showcasing their work, whereas now maybe things are a little bit more reliant on computer generated software and stuff like that. So it was a cool time to kind of see them fabricate this really cool film and these really cool sets.
Obviously, my favorite scene was going over the fence to come face to face with the beast and being on that crane. And it's really cool because back then kids could do their own stunts, which would never happen nowadays. And just a lot of the stuff that I didn't even see till the final picture came out. The 4th of July scene, we filmed that with just literally lights and gels that they put in front to make it look like fireworks were going off. When we filmed that, it didn't seem that iconic to me until you put Ray Charles to it, until you put the fireworks in the sky. And when we saw the final product, we were like, wow, that really that's an amazing scene. So it's just movie magic.
God done shed his grace on thee.
What kind of memories do people, tell you that they have that are related to The Sandlot? What do the fans come up to you and say?
Everybody that relates to Squints that has the glasses, or I get a lot of the pictures and the photos. Sometimes as growing up, having glasses is always something that people could be a little reserved about or feel like they get picked on a little bit. So it's cool to have that cool character that people can relate to, that makes them feel like this is a superpower, not the opposite.
How do you think The Sandlot has helped empower young people to feel more included, be more inclusive, and, you know, feel okay to embrace their differences.
It's awesome because this is a bunch of kids of all shapes, colors, and sizes. They're all different. They all have their own little thing. And, you know, the main character is a kid that's filling out a place and coming from somewhere else and really not fitting in. And it starts off with like his struggle of like, you know, trying to connect with his stepfather and trying to connect with these kids in this new neighborhood. And it takes a guy like Benny, who is obviously a very strong character and an amazing baseball player and a total star, to just say, you know, leave him alone. We need an extra guy, and this guy's gonna be it, you know? So it's about including people regardless of, you know, what the masses feel. So I think it has a lot to say about, you know, real American values, because that's what America is. It's a melting pot of different cultures and different people that you know, find common ground to create a better life for themselves.
Really cool to hear from those two. We're going to share more from them after the break, including what it was like to film that famous pool scene featuring Squints and Wendy Peppercorn.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Start Plus. Let's pick back up with Donna Fairzin's conversation with two stars from The Sandlot, Marty York and Chauncey Leopardi, who spoke about that very pivotal pool scene and the impact it's had on young kids today.
Chauncey, you were talking about, you know, Wendy Peppercorn and that pool scene, which is so iconic, when your character almost drowns and then gets saved by the lifeguard that everyone has a crush on. What do you remember from shooting that scene?
God, he looks like a dead fish.
It was really cold. It was a really hot summer, but during the time that we shot the pool scene, it had dipped down into like the 70s, and we were shooting early mornings for the light, and it was freezing cold. So in a lot of those scenes, you can see us like shivering in the pool. Or I know it was like a big anticipation for me leading up to that. I kept asking the director, you know, is today the day? Is today the day? You know what I mean? It was my first kissing scene, so you know.
Wow.
Pretty exciting.
That is exciting. That's amazing. Just as we talked about earlier too, so much that has happened, or the emotions that are evoked from The Sandlot, translate into real life as well. On the Today Show, Hoda recently interviewed the three boys who had saved the dad who became unconscious underwater in their pool. It's an amazing story. They performed CPR on him, saved his life, and they credited learning CPR through watching The Sandlot and through that specific scene.
Now, who took a CPR class? Raise your hand. Nobody? But you did know, because what was one of your favorite movies?
The Sandlot.
What was your reaction to that news?
That's just incredible. You know, like, here we are 30 years later, and something that someone saw that we did 30 years ago saved their father's life. I mean, it just, it makes you want to tear up because it's such a beautiful thing. And, you know, wherever we get the information from, it's great, you know. So to be the force that helped them do that for their father, you know, I'll never forget it.
Every time I come across a fan of The Sandlot, they always talk about it in a way that, you know, they feel so comforted and cozy when watching it. It brings them back to a different time. Why do you think people feel so comforted when watching The Sandlot?
It's timeless. The way David Mickey Evans, the writer and director, shot it, he told the DP, Tony Richmond, he told him, I want it to look like Kodak chromatic film. So that's like an old, you know, very pop arty type of film from the 60s. And he said, I want it to look like that. And I think because of the setting, had he have done it in the 90s when we shot it and placed it present day, I don't think it would have lasted and stood the test of time. It's like a Bel Air, it's like a 57 Chevy, you know, it's something that the lines on it are going to be clean forever, and no matter what, you're always going to get a nostalgic feeling when you go see these old cars at these car shows, and just the storied time in American history. And because it's just frozen in time, I think that it stands the test of time, because it is a time capsule, like Marty said. It takes you to a happy place where, you know, good or bad, we felt like everything was a little bit simpler.
Thank you to Marty and Chauncey for hanging out with us. Still to come, we've queued up some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Do we got any Parent Trap fans out there? Stick with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Start Plus. We are diving into everything you need to know about nostalgic summer movies. And who better to guide us along than Chris Witherspoon? He is the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers, and he's about to take us on a lovely trip down memory lane with some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes ever.
Is there anything that beats the warm weather, the long sun-filled days and fun that comes with summertime? Whether you went to camp or hung out by the pool, spent time with family and friends, or had 7 jobs like me, summer was always filled with terrific memories of growing up. Unfortunately, we'll never be kids again, but luckily, we'll always have movies to turn to that transport us back to those days, no matter what decade you grew up in. Let's count down as we watch some of the best nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. First up, Weekend at Bernie's. It's an absolute classic. Now grab your sunblock and flip-flops because you'll be wanting to enjoy a weekend at the beach after watching this one. In it, Jonathan Silverman and Andrew McCarthy play friends who are invited for a weekend at their boss's opulent beach house. Lots of shenanigans ensue that ultimately lead to their boss, Bernie's, death. But to avoid ruining their weekend, Richard and Larry pretend he's still alive. Let's take a look at the clip.
You're probably right.
Get it together, Bernie.
Bernie.
Here we go, shoot, move it over a little bit, okay, baby? I don't understand why we have to move him, Reg. Oh, don't ask me any questions, Leia. Just move him. Oh. Here we go. Ready? I can't believe I'm touching a dead body. Here's your boss. Come on. Let's go. Whoa.
Oh, Bart.
I want to get her up. Oh, Bertie, you're all just darling. Come on.
That's what you call some dead weight.
Come on, let's go. Come on, he's crazy. Here we go.
Wait, is there an award for playing the best dead guy? If so, Terry Kaiser deserves it. If you're looking to laugh like there's no tomorrow, add this film to your summer watch list. Next up, one of almost everyone's favorites, The Notebook. Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams killed these roles as lovers who were always meant to be together. Who could forget the moment when Noah and Allie reunited after 7 years apart? Did he just pick that boat up with his bare hands? I think he did.
I waited for you for 7 years. Now it's too late.
I wrote you 365 letters. I wrote you every day for a year.
You wrote me?
Yes. It wasn't over. It still isn't over.
Ooh. That's the kiss right there. Ooh. Talk about a hot girl summer. Even all that rain couldn't cool those two down. On to another fun one, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Now, if you watch this as a teen, then you got tons of ideas of how to spend the perfect day playing hooky. Matthew Broderick stars, of course, as Ferris Bueller, and the movie starts a month before Ferris's high school graduation. Ferris ends up at a museum, a baseball game, a fancy restaurant, you name it. One of the most hilarious moments was when his teacher realizes he's missing from class. Let's watch this clip.
Anderson.
Here.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
He's sick. My best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend heard from this guy who knows this kid is going with the girl who saw Ferris pass out at 31 Flavors last night.
Now she can
Guess
lie.
It's pretty serious.
That's a good lie.
Thank you, Simone.
No problem whatsoever.
Fry.
Oh my God. Ben Stein's boring monotone delivery gets me every time. And P.S. Find yourself a coworker that will be your alias next time you want to ditch work on a summer Friday. Everybody needs one of those. Now, Clueless is one of those timeless movies following a group of popular high school friends. If you didn't know, it's a modernization of Jane Austen's Emma, and it's got an amazing cast. Alicia Silverstone and Paul Rudd, and of course, the late, great Brittany Murphy. Just to name a few. Check out this scene where Cher, played by Silverstone, makes the case for not participating in PE class.
Earth to Cher! Come in, Cher! Oh my God.
Miss Stoger, I would just like to say that physical education in this school is a disgrace. I mean, standing in
gym
line
outfits.
for 40 minutes is hardly
Different
aerobically
outfits.
effective. I doubt I've worked off the calories in a stick of carefree gum.
Come on, Cher. I feel like in this scene, Cher could have just said, as if, and been done with it. Clueless does take place throughout all 4 seasons, but real talk, those Beverly Hills vibes will have you feeling like you're on vacation. Another fun summer love story with lots of dancing. You guessed it, Dirty Dancing. Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze play Baby and Johnny, and the two fall in love after being paired as dance partners. Now, one of the most iconic movie lines ever came from the scene where Johnny proclaims his love for Baby before the movie's final epic dance performance. Let's watch.
Nobody puts Baby in a corner.
Tell him.
Sorry about the disruption, folks. But I always do the last dance of the season. But this year, somebody told me not to. So I'm gonna do my kind of dancing with a great
Just
partner.
sit down. You're about
It's
to
not
dance.
only a terrific dancer,
Dirty dance.
somebody who's taught me that there are people willing to stand up for other people, no matter what it costs them.
The best part's yet to come. I am declaring it now. Nobody puts Baby in the corner is one of the most iconic movie lines of all time. Try to tell me it's not. Alas, if only all of our summers could end with a sultry summer dance routine. And next up, one of my favorites, Poetic Justice. Janet Jackson, Regina King, and Tupac Shakur gave legendary performances in this film. They play friends who road trip to Oakland, California, and basically fall in love along the way. Poetic Justice is another one of those films that will definitely have you crying and laughing, but I love this scene where the friends crashed a random family barbecue. Let's take a look.
I don't think so.
My cousin. Look at my family over here. My cousins. What's up, cousin? How you doing, boy? Cousin. What's up, cousin? What's up? I ain't seen you and I don't know where. Yeah.
Janet Jackson knows how to give a good stank face, and sometimes all you gotta say is cousin. And you guys, I'm pleading the fifth on if I've ever crashed a barbecue for a burger. Please don't judge me. And last, but certainly not least, I doubt you've ever gone a summer without watching this one, The Parent Trap. The remake stars Lindsay Lohan and tells the story of twin sisters who meet and realize they are really sisters at summer camp. The moment they see each other and realize how much they look alike is priceless. Let's take a look. A new camp champ, come on. Those freckles get me every time.
Why is everyone staring?
Do we have Kleenex handy?
See what?
Please? I need them. This part gets me every time.
Resemblance between you and me?
Oh my God, every time that movie gets me. You know, I watched this movie so many times as a kid, and you couldn't tell me Lindsay Lohan didn't have a twin sister in real life. It's definitely one to add to the rotation, y'all. Okay, we just gave you a taste of a few surefire summer flicks. Now I know we outside again, but with this summer heat, nothing beats a good old movie night. We hope you have a blast watching or rewatching some of our favorite picks.
So many great recommendations. Our thanks to Chris for bringing them to us and for giving us all a boost with your terrific reactions. We should mention you can download the Pop Viewers app from the App Store. That was our Popstart Plus Nostalgic Summer Movie Special here on Today All Day. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you had as much fun as we did revisiting some of our favorite films from the past. It's been a pleasure to bring them to you. Have a great day.
Hey!
Who?
Today All Day Watchers.
Whoa.
You're always there. It's Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. Craig's here.
Good to see you.
It's good to see you.
You know what? Welcome to Today in 30. This is what's coming your way. We're going to start with those key election results that are coming in overnight. Results that could have a major impact on the midterms this fall. Hallie Jackson breaks it all down for us.
Yep. And then if you're looking to buy or sell a home, you want to stick around. Sales are slowing, but prices are still kind of high. We're going to let you know exactly what buyers need to know in a market that seems to be changing daily.
And Hoda, I understand it was all hands on deck in the fourth hour.
Okay, this was a real full-on competition. Jenna and I were out on a surprise sailing adventure. It turned into a really epic competition, as it tends to be. So anyway, it's time for another episode of
Today in 30.
We turn to NBC's Hallie Jackson. Hallie, good morning.
Hey there, Hoda. Good morning to you. And listen, one of the biggest takeaways from this election is what the results in Kansas could mean for the next election after that surprising victory for abortion rights supporters, suggesting the end of Roe versus Wade is motivating voters. And then there's former President Trump getting what he wanted, even with mainstream Republicans putting up a fight. Those who back his election lies doing well in their GOP primaries.
In conservative Kansas this morning, a political earthquake and a big win for abortion rights supporters. Kansas voters rejecting an amendment that would have removed abortion protections from the state constitution. In effect, keeping access to the procedure there.
So grateful and just overjoyed. We did what Kansas needed us to do.
President Biden overnight saying the vote makes clear what we know. The majority of Americans agree that women should have access to abortion. It's the first time abortion has been on the ballot since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. The result in Kansas suggesting the court's decision is galvanizing abortion rights supporters less than 100 days until the midterm elections.
I hope we inspire other states when they get the opportunity to vote to really think about a woman's choice.
Tuesday's primaries, also a critical test of former President Trump's grip on the GOP. And for now, it still appears strong. In Arizona, the scale's tipping for him and candidates who have questioned the legitimate results of the 2020 election. NBC News projecting Mr. Trump's preferred candidate, Blake Masters, winning the Republican Senate nomination. And in the GOP primary for governor, Carrie Lake, whom the former president prefers, pulling ahead against her opponent, Karen Taylor Robeson.
We know how our election systems work, and they don't work well.
Lake, a former TV host, has amplified Mr. Trump's lies about a stolen election in 2020 while claiming without evidence her primary race is rigged. Questioned by NBC's Vaughn Hilliard.
So you know about a crime, and yet you're not reporting it to authorities. And I'm not telling you about it.
Robeson, endorsed by former Vice President Mike Pence, says Lake is unfit to hold office.
The voters of Arizona deserve better. For a candidate to come out and say there's been fraud before a vote has even been cast is crazy. It is disqualifying, and she simply isn't fit for the job.
And Rusty Bowers, star witness of the January 6th hearings and the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House, projected to lose his primary just weeks after testifying. In Michigan, GOP Congressman Peter Meyer, who voted to impeach Mr. Trump over the January 6th insurrection, conceded overnight to his Trump-backed opponent, John Gibbs. Trump-endorsed conservative commentator Tudor Dixon has emerged as the GOP nominee for governor, facing an uphill battle against incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer.
But our work isn't finished. My friends, we are just getting started, and I hear it's going to be a rough ride.
And in Missouri's Senate GOP primary, where it was Eric versus Eric, Attorney General Eric Schmidt defeating former Governor Eric Greitens.
You guys ready to take this country back?
All right, Hallie, let's go back to that victory for abortion rights in Kansas. So that result surprised a lot of folks. What does that mean for the midterms that are just a couple of months away?
So a couple of things here, Hoda. First, you got to look at the turnout here. It was big, right? 900,000 people voted here, nearly double the number of people who voted back in the 2018 primaries. And when you dig into the numbers, when you really get into it, there's a suggestion that a sizable number of Republicans voted for protecting the current abortion access in Kansas. You can see that in the drop-off of how many Republicans voted in the Kansas primary races versus on this abortion measure. So, yes, big picture, right? When you ask about what are the takeaways here for the midterms, it does suggest that abortion rights post-Roe is a motivating factor for voters. But if you're trying to draw some big conclusions for November, keep in mind it's not just going to be abortion on the ballot then. You're also going to have the economy, inflation, other factors coming into play. So, yes, this is a critical data point, but it's also, not a straight line from now until November, Hoda.
Yeah, good perspective. Hallie Jackson for us there in D.C. Hallie, thank you.
I'm sure you're a real ace at whatever it is that you do.
Damn straight.
But how you look.
I have a head for business and a bod for sin. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, nothing wrong with that. All right, we are back. You guys, that's a blast from the past. Do y'all remember?
Oh, yeah.
In the
Working
80s?
Girl.
Working Girl, yeah. It starred Harrison Ford, Melanie Griffith. That was one of those iconic movies.
Iconic. For all of the fans of that beloved rom-com, get excited. A reboot is reportedly in the works.
Yeah.
Selena Gomez is expected to produce.
Okay.
And here's the thing. Not the only 80s throwback that's being brought back. Jake Gyllenhaal starring in this reimagined take of another 80s classic, Roadhouse,
yeah.
Cult classic, yes,
Can you believe,
yes.
I've never
saw
seen
it.
Roadhouse.
Never saw Roadhouse either.
I loved Working Girl, though. It's funny. I wonder if this is all because, you know how Top Gun was like 2 home runs in a row?
For sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're like, we can do this again?
All of them.
I think that's part of it, but I also think, these studios also still own these movies. Sure. So they own the IP, so it's cheaper to
dig in the vault.
Original Working Girl made $100 million, 6 Oscars.
6
Jeez,
Oscars?
That's right.
Wow. That's a high bar to match.
Hey.
Nominations, excuse me.
But still, for a rom-com to get 6 Oscar nominations is pretty incredible.
Big time.
I think people want to go back to the theater. They want to go back in the movies.
Have you all been back yet?
Yep.
You went for Top Gun?
Yep.
Okay.
Top Gun, loved it.
Yeah.
Who hasn't seen
Not
Top
yet?
Gun? Let's come on, Greg.
What's wrong with you?
Because I watch animated movies all the time.
Okay.
That's all I watch.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
If you have looked into buying or perhaps even selling a house in the last few years, you've likely experienced what feels like the real estate Hunger Games.
It's so true. The market is so fiercely competitive with prices at all-time highs, but we are beginning to see a shift in power as all this competition thins.
NBC's Emily Aketa is here with tips to help you navigate what's become a very complex market. Help us sort it out, Emily.
Good morning to you all. Complex is right. While the growth of home prices is slowing, the median cost is still at a record high. Needless to say, it's a confusing time to be buying or selling. So we spoke to some experts to find out what you need to know about this roller coaster market.
A blazing hot housing market beginning to freeze over. From frenzied bidding wars to now sellers slashing prices at record rates. Signs of a slowdown sparking uncertainty about the future.
It's like a rocket that's gone straight up. It's kind of hit its apex, kind of rolling over. And the next thing that we're going to see is it coming back to earth.
That fall is a result of a staggering spike in mortgage rates, now more than 5%, nearly doubling since last year, coupled with the ongoing pain of inflation. Home sales declining by 21% since January. And while in some areas the cost of homes are still astronomically high, there are early indications of change. The growth of home prices fell by 2% in June, the biggest single-month drop in at least 40 years. July numbers are not out yet, but declines are expected to be even steeper. San Jose, Seattle, and San Francisco are seeing some of the most dramatic price slowdowns. For prospective home buyers who are wading into this turbulent market,
we just have to think something's got to change, whether it is prices decrease a little bit.
Experts say if you are on the hunt, here's what you need to know. Finance before you shop. Use a mortgage calculator to figure out your budget first. Find a trusted local agent who knows your market best, and use technology to your advantage. Browse virtual 3D home tours to save time in person. And the Federal Reserve Chair offering this candid advice back in June.
I would say if you're a home buyer, somebody or a young person looking to buy a home, you need a bit of a reset.
As for sellers, experts say in many cases, the days of more than a dozen offers and waiving inspections appear to be over. So planning is key.
The first thing is to start early. In today's market, you can't just throw up a for sale sign and just wait for the offers to roll in. You got to roll up your sleeves and do a bit of work.
The question on everyone's mind, what's next? A correction or a crash similar to 2008?
When we've had real problems in the housing market, when we had this surfeit of housing, homes everywhere that were vacant. That's not the case today. And that's a really fundamental reason why this market will correct. It's going to feel uncomfortable, particularly if you're a seller, but it's not going to crash.
So you look back at the last housing market crash, it was risky mortgages that were at play there. So that's not the case now, is it?
Correct. So we're not seeing those risky mortgages, and there are new lending regulations in place. And so people are, by and large, on more stable footing. They have better credit as well. Another reassuring sign is we're not seeing that excess of housing. Yeah. Supply is still tight. There's not enough to meet demand. And so by and large, economists say that we'll likely see more of a housing correction, so a more gradual decline in home prices to more sustainable levels, guys.
Cool. All right, Emily, thank you. It's Wellness Wednesday, and this morning we're helping you beat the heat. We've all heard it before. You got to drink 8 glasses of water, 8 ounces each day. But for a lot of us, that's easier said than done. So we've got some healthy and creative ways that you can bump up your body's hydration level. Our medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar, is here. Okay, so is water the premium? That's really what you should do? Have 8 glasses if you can?
Well, here's the thing. It's actually not really a one-size-fits-all,
Okay.
Hoda. Like, I think if you keep a few principles in mind, drink when you're thirsty.
Yeah.
And I think a number that's easy for people to remember is like roughly a third or half of your body weight in ounces is kind of the ballpark. But like if you're sweating and exercising, you're going to need to drink more. Some people need to drink less.
Can I ask you a basic thing that people
Yes.
say? If your urine is clear, it means you're hydrated. Is that true?
So if your urine's super, super, super orange, and orange is actually not good, like really bright yellow,
Yeah.
It could indicate that you're dehydrated.
So drink
yes.
more.
But it's not the best indicator, so don't rely on just that.
Okay, let's talk about foods, because I would have
Okay.
never imagined that eating oatmeal
Yeah.
would keep me hydrated.
I know.
How?
So this is amazing because when you consume oats, they expand, and when they expand, they absorb the milk or the water that they are being cooked in. So they're
Okay.
actually really hydrating. If you're not into hot oatmeal in the summer, you
Sure.
can do those overnight oats that are cold. And we added some fruit over here. We'll talk about fruit in a second because these berries are also very hydrating.
Okay, so oatmeal's the way to go.
Oatmeal's the way to go.
I would think, is any liquid good? I know you have milk
Yeah.
on your list.
So any liquid is good, but believe it or not, scientists have studied if milk is a better hydrator than water. And in fact, numerous studies, I didn't even really actually know
see,
this.
I don't, yeah.
So my son is a runner, and they always encourage the boys to drink like chocolate milk or milk after a run. And I thought, well, that's actually quite interesting. So think about it. If you just drink water, there's not much to absorb, so you kind of pee it out pretty quickly,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But milk has a lot of stuff in it. It's got some fat, some protein, some salt, some sugar.
So it stays
Makes
with
it
you.
stays with you, and you absorb it more slowly. It's actually an amazing hydrator.
Okay, I know that fruits seem to be packed with water,
Yes.
a lot of them, like watermelon and berries and
yeah,
stuff.
Yep. So here we have a smoothie. So
Yeah.
if you're not like, your water gets boring, right? And if you want to hydrate, you want to do it with some good stuff in here. You've got yogurt, which
Yeah.
also can be slightly hydrating.
Okay.
And then obviously, honestly, most fruits are very hydrating. We have strawberries and berries because they have some of the most water content. And of course, watermelon. I mean, to me, it's like water that looks pink, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much water in watermelon.
How many servings of this stuff should you have?
You know what? I mean, for a lot of people, it's not a meal substitute, but you can have as many as you want. How about
Okay,
that?
so veggies in the
Yeah.
hydration department, what do you have?
Veggies in the hydration department. If you want to do a smoothie that's not necessarily with vegetables
Yeah.
and yogurt, you can do it. But almost all lettuce contains like 94% water.
Is that
so
right?
it's really, really, really good in water content. And then
Lettuce.
bell peppers, tomatoes, celery, huge water content. So lots of summer salads, and obviously making fruits smoothies with this kind of stuff is amazing for hydration.
Okay, all right, and
finally,
yeah, tea.
So we put this out here because a lot of people are concerned maybe about caffeine,
Yeah.
right? And they think, well, if I drink coffee, I'm gonna urinate a lot. It's a diuretic. The truth of the matter is, I'm saying a lot of these words on.
I know.
I'm a doctor.
Yeah,
Okay, I can
you're
say
allowed.
it.
Yeah.
So we have a decaffeinated tea here. Love tea, but you can also drink coffee. Coffee has a ton of water in it. Just don't overdo like a lot of shots of espresso, because that is a lot of caffeine, and that can be a little bit of a diuretic. But basically, you can drink a normal amount of coffee a day, and you won't get dehydrated.
Okay.
So to all those people out there with their ventees and stuff like that, go ahead and enjoy.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Time now for our series Inside the Metaverse. Yesterday, you might remember we showed you how people are dating in virtual reality. Well, this morning, we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum, perhaps. We're going to show you how the Metaverse is helping folks go to church. Savannah Sellers, host of NBC's Stay Tuned on Snapchat, is here to tell us about virtual worship.
That's right. Certainly the other end of the spectrum from where we ended our conversation yesterday about dating. Now we're repenting and heading to church. So when we were working on these stories, I did a call out on my Snapchat to ask what people are excited about in the metaverse. Well, a young woman named Haley in seminary school responded telling me she was so excited to start a digital church to reach people globally once she graduates. Well, it turns out metaverse churches already exist. So I grabbed my VR headset and went to check it out.
This is Pastor Jason Poling on a Sunday morning.
All right, good morning, everybody.
And this is Pastor Jason Poling on a Sunday afternoon.
All right, we can get started now.
Well, his avatar anyway. He's the lead pastor of Cornerstone Church of Yuba City, California, and now also of the Metaverse.
All of these people from all these different tribes.
Each Sunday, after leading 2 services in person, he heads to his office, pops on his VR headset, and preaches to his other congregation.
Good question.
Volunteers built the digital world of Cornerstone VR Church to look just like the real one, even down to the stained glass windows. But the beauty of the Metaverse, you can design it however you'd like. No worldly limitations.
I like how here you can do church outside.
Yep, never rain.
15 years of IRL pastoring, we'll call it. Is that right?
Yeah.
And what makes you decide we should get this church in the Metaverse?
Craziness, a lot of craziness, right? I've always loved tech, but people come there to try to connect with others, try to deal with some of the issues that they're facing. And so I was like, man, as a pastor, that's my bread and butter. I want to help people who are hurting.
The pastor says that for him, it's a form of missionary work. He's reaching people he says would never wander through the doors of a physical church.
The beauty of it is that they just go onto the application or the program just to hang out, see what's up, and they see in the event, oh, there's a church. And where they probably wouldn't come to a brick and mortar church because it's just maybe awkward for them, they're like, oh, I can click in and click out. If it's weird, they're doing something crazy. And so it's easy to jump in.
Now, those visitors are becoming full-fledged members of Cornerstone, like Alice, who joins in from the UK every week.
I used to hide in the walls, but I'm not hiding in the walls anymore because there's obviously none around here.
Would you have ever found church, do you think, in the real world if it wasn't for finding it here in the Metaverse?
But I would have been very reluctant.
The virtual reality version of Cornerstone offers everything the real one does. Small groups, fellowship, even sometimes better conversation than the real world.
I think some of the anonymity that's initially there allows people to be more open about their life. I mean, it's amazing how quickly somebody will go deep with me about their life within 5 minutes of meeting them.
They even keep practices that might surprise you, like baptism and communion. Those who are curious have plenty of options to choose from. Over the last 6 months, the number of churches entering VR has exploded, up an estimated 500%. It's grown in popularity so quickly, there was even a Metaverse Church Summit this year to help support pastors. One major benefit this new frontier has:
it's a lot cheaper. So churches have to spend an inordinate amount of money to have a building and all the stuff that comes with that. And in the Metaverse, I mean, it's $300 for a headset.
And for those who can't physically make it to the church they've long loved, that headset can make all the difference in the world. That was the case for Thomas McFerrin, a longtime member of Cornerstone Church IRL, now helping lead their virtual community.
I had a heart attack
and I couldn't make it back to church. It was just really too difficult to walk and get around.
How much has church in the metaverse meant to you?
Everything. It gives me purpose. It's an outlet that I couldn't even ever imagine before.
Now, Thomas there shows one of the most important applications of VR technology, the ability to transform the experience of someone who may not otherwise be able to leave their home. He lives in a community where he's shown many of his neighbors the headset and his church, and he says it can give someone a whole new purpose.
That's really amazing. So now, for example, during the pandemic, our church started streaming services during COVID. So how is this different?
So many people watched YouTube Church, right, during COVID. Well, there's a hugely important difference, which is the interaction and fellowship with other members of the church. I mean, think about it. When you're just watching something on YouTube, maybe the most interaction you could have is leaving a comment or something like that. Here, you get to experience fully hanging out with people, having conversation. And I know the mechanics of it look, very much kind of like a video game. Right. When you actually have the headset on, though, I mean, Craig, I know you were in some of these spaces. It feels more interactive than you might imagine. You can really hear people get close.
You actually feel like you're as close as we are right now. It takes a while to sort of get used to it.
Totally.
The spatial aspect of it, and the graphics are going to improve as well.
Yes.
I mean, the graphics
it looks
for
very like
cartoonish.
90s.
Yeah, I mean,
the missing computer game.
It looks like the Star Wars Cantina bar.
They'll get better.
There's some weird avatars.
Yeah. And you could come as whatever you want.
I still feel like you should dress up for church. Maybe showing up
right?
If you get baptized in the metaverse, are you baptized in real life?
That is one of the biggest debates here, actually. According to Cornerstone, yes, it's a symbol, and that's what this is. It's symbolizing it. But some people say, if you're more traditional, stick to the letter biblically, then, you're not actually physically having the water. Same question with communion.
Fascinating story. But thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a fan of anything that spreads the gospel.
There you go.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now to our series, H&J Love New York. And once again, we were swept away on an adventure without knowing what we'd be getting ourselves into.
We had no idea. All we were told was wear some rubber-soled shoes, put on blindfolds, and head downtown to meet our crew. And then things got rocky in more ways than one. Check it out. I'm scared.
Me too. I smell
hot dogs. Are we at Nathan's?
No.
Oh.
We went to Nathan's last week.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It smells like water.
Take your blindfolds off.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
We are at the sea.
We are at the sea. You are at North Cove Sailing at Brookfield Place.
Wow.
Oh my God. We're taking you on an adventure today.
Oh, that's right. In the heart of Lower Manhattan sits the North Cove Marina, where anyone from kids to experts can sail in these scenic waters.
I mean, I've been on a boat before. I've never sailed. I mean, does a sailboat have a motor?
No.
Well, what happens if
I
you're
only
out
know
there
because I
floundering?
used to sail at Camp Longhorn.
You did?
On a lake. Are we going out to the
Yes,
open
Captain
sea?
Steubing,
I don't
we're going
think so.
out. Look, Camp Longhorn over here is going to pull out her 9-year-old experience trying to jack me, but it's not going to happen. Okay, I have no skills, but I'm fiercely competitive. Okay, enough talking. It was time to sail. So there's a motor?
Oh, wow. There's the Statue of
Well,
Liberty.
there's the rules.
Where?
There's just much like.
Oh, yeah, the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, God.
Ow! So far, so good. First up, learning the ropes, literally. We go that
Jenna,
way. Okay.
we're gonna have you hoist the sail.
Okay.
You're up to it?
Yeah, I'm up to it.
All right.
Oh, Lord, this is not going to end well.
Grab this
Okay.
and pull.
Pull, Jenna! Pull!
There you go.
Pull!
Yeah.
You wave, everybody.
Wave, hold
Hang on to your hat.
With the wind in our sails, it was time to get to work.
Jenna, you're gonna pull
Jenna, you
this
gotta
one.
pull.
Put 2 turns around the wind.
Turns, hurry, I'm trying to hold us in.
Trying. Do I pull?
Do I duck?
Ready, about.
What is that?
Say heartily, we're turning. Here we go.
Heartily.
Did you say hodily?
Hodily.
Okay.
Hodily is a cute name. Oh, see that? Feel that?
Oh, yeah, you're turning us.
We're getting some action.
Yeah.
It's so complicated. So many strings. Get
I think we're ready for a little friendly.
Sure.
Yes. I wish you the best of luck. Let's get this race on.
All right.
She's going to be so far behind. She doesn't have a shot. She has no idea because I'm with the A team. She's with the B team. Okay, bye. Wish you luck. Okay, you'll be great. Oh, she went. You'll be amazing, Jenna. You can do it. Not a shot. So clearly, our kumbaya spirit did not last long.
We're on your mark. Get set. Go.
Come on, Jenna. She can't catch us.
Yo, we gotta beat them, like whatever it takes.
Don't you let her beat us. Come on.
Let's put on our motor and just blow past them. Remember the polar plunge? Wait, what? You didn't dive? My payback.
Put their engine on. They're disqualified.
That's right.
They put their in. Did they really?
Nobody said no motor. The guidelines were very vague.
So apparently Jenna's boat put their engine on, which in the sailing world is totally not cool.
Bye, Hoda! I have no idea. That we cheated.
Hoda, I just want to let you know that we are going into dock, which means we have won the race. Out, over and out.
I just want you to know that your engine was on the whole time. You've been officially disqualified. Over and out. DQ. Is this polar plunge payback?
It sure is. There were no defined rules, just like in the polar plunge.
Okay, there'll be some police officers waiting to arrest you.
All right, I guess I'm good.
Officer number 1, she's coming in now. Sir, she's got a green hat on. You'll know her. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Kevin Bacon is stopping by to talk about 2 of his new projects.
All right, folks, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Have a great week.
Hey.
When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the third-generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
It's been a long time. It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Constantine Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money. Borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs. Made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog. You think
Yes.
about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. I mean, our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up!
Right there, nice shot.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it!
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional. But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing,
yes,
it's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one. You
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it and
the
snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun. It's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun. That's what we were taught. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili, add a little more, you know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices, that's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime, nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across, there you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic. My turn. Get a plate.
I need 1 up, which means I need 1 for a customer.
1 for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, it's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come over here.
Keep the bun open because you want the chili to go in.
You want the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that
You're
chili.
gonna chintz out on that chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over there.
All right. That really, it does have a creamy consistency.
See, it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. 1 up.
Ready? There, nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Coneys, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. You know, I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO. the interior to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
Yeah.
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year. so
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here? for
This is a
chili?
Beyond Crumble,
Uh-huh.
a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay.
Good morning. On the ballot overnight, voters in Kansas vote overwhelmingly to protect abortion rights. The nation's first test at the polls since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Just ahead, the impact on the battles ahead in other states and the takeaways for both parties after a night of closely watched primaries from coast to coast. We've got complete coverage.